Oh, I didn't have sound. Frick. Incredible. That's the tightest race I think we've ever run. That was insane. That wasn't even... So it's supposed to sound like lovely wind chimes or something. It just sounded like a like a horrendous mishmash of noises. That was incredible. So good. So good. Hi. You spent 120 bucks since we last spoke? Really? It's been 5 minutes? Not true. It's been about 40 minutes? How? On what? I had to unmute stream. I was going to taunt everyone. I was taunting everyone. I was like, oh, what am I going to push the button? But instead I was just doing eyebrow business. Yeah, here's what it is. Bought Super Mario Land 1, 2 and Kirby's Dream Land. That'd do it. No, that would do it. That would 100% do it. I mean, 40 bucks a piece isn't bad. Time to drive home. Be back later. Safe drive. Catch you later, Billy. I'm going to play Pop. I'm not going to play Pop. I will not. Going to buy DK 94 next week. Ooh. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. What are we doing this stream? What are we doing? What's the plan? So, we've gone far too long. We've gone far too long with this world that we live in has we've got the tavern, and then what else? We've got the tavern. Frick, is it not coming through? Come on. It's not freaking coming through. So freaking rude. What if I do it on this layer? Awful. Garbage. Green screen properties. This one. It should be. Maybe if I increase the brush size. Oh, there it is. Okay, no. We're in business. We're in business. We have a vision. There we go. Haha! I found a color that works. So we've got the tavern. We have the tavern. But what else? What else do we have? Nothing. Our view of the world is so narrow. It's so narrow. All we can see is the tavern. Today that changes. I put my foot down. This is my foot. I put my foot down. We're expanding. It's moving day. The intention is to expand our scope of the world at least a little bit to start with. It's not a Tetris block, it's my foot. I said it was my foot. Finished the September piece already? No, I haven't finished the September piece. I'll be continuing the September tomorrow. I'm just trying out doing a little bit of world building on a Wednesday. Giving that a go. See how I feel about it. We have the pit. We do have the pit. No, we do have the pit. We do. Frequency in which you reply to the wrong person. It's tough. It's tough. What did you miss last time? You'll find out very soon, I'm sure. Very soon, I'm sure. No. We're not knocking down the... We're expanding. We're expanding the tavern beyond the current scope. That's the plan for today. I'd like to sell the tavern to you. Won't knock it down so you can build residential housing. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So yeah, we do have the tavern, we do have the pit, but we're looking for more. Yes, the pit is kind of tangentially related to the tavern already. I feel as though we can improve our scope at least a little bit. So there are three things that I want to secure by the end of stream tonight. Thing one, I would like to come up with a name for the world. Name for world. The second thing is what the world generally looks like. And then the third thing is Google where find Frick Tavern. Those are the three things. 1, 2, and 3. I want a name for the world. I want generally how the world works and what it looks like. What are the generalized rules of the world? And then 3, where's the tavern? Where does it exist in this plane of existence? How can you become a homeowner? Investing in the real estate of a vault. Tavern 2, like the Krusty Krab 2. It's got a 2. That seems like an improvement to me. Am I asking you? No. It's a collaborative effort. I've got a couple of thoughts and ideas about different things, but it's a think tank. Welcome to the think tank. We're coming up with concepts. I've got no idea for the name. I've got no idea for the name. I've got vibes. Like I want the vibe to be like relatively serious. I don't want it to be like a funny, like no memes for the name. So no memes. Like it's a relatively serious name for the world. There can be funny concepts in the world, but I think like the overall theming of it, I want it to be relatively, grounded. I've got a couple of ideas for what the world looks like, so I do have ideas for that. No idea for its location though, apart from it being in a forest somewhere. You might nap. You're woken up earlier by a kitten that had that you then played with for 2 hours. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. Well, I mean, it sounds like a good time, but yes, if you have to nap, more than fair. Think I should name it something Greek then? We can definitely lean into a little bit of Greek inspiration. Oh, an early one today. Okay. Earth is named after a Germanic word for the ground. So how about a colloquial term for the ground be the name? Yeah, okay. So like a classic terra. Yeah, I get what you mean. Questor. I know. Like a terra, Earth. There's a word for a planet in 40k in Warhammer 40k called like the Rock or something. So like something akin to that. Gaia. Yeah. Yep. Check out Digi's art. It was sick. Digi's quests that all of the quests that have been submitted so far have been really cool. Really cool. Squid, first to enter, did the very curvy bush. Was shrub, hedge. That was sick for the Lord of Dance. Then we had ghoulies like, there is a new challenger, tavern decoration. That was really cool. Then of course we had Digi's quill, really awesome. And then Pixie's just submitted a picture of what Quill likes to eat. So good. So good. Something easy to pronounce. Short works best. Keep the high fantasy names to locations. Yeah, I agree. I think short, snappy, catchy names work really well for the setting. Was fun. Feel like you could lie down and fall asleep pretty fast. Also want to go box later, so want to be not so sleepy for that. Yeah, that's fair. Before you do head off Noctua, there is a quest available if you would like to try it. No pressure, only if you're interested. You're paid handsomely by Quill for that portrait. Won't be questing for a bit, just drinking away in a pit bar. Fair. What is a quest? Well, for those who have redeemed quests, where do you find quests again? It's a new feature, so I'm not entirely sure how it works. The Tavern just kind of coughed it out as a new fun thing to do. I believe it's in the redeems. If I quickly check. Yeah, it is. Art quest, there you go. Drew cool like one of your French girls. Heck yeah. Okay, so of the three, what the world looks like is the one that I have the strongest semblance of a concept for. So I'll start drawing out like a little sketch of the kind of thing that I want to go with, and in the meantime, we can think on names. Yeah. So I like the idea of it being short and sweet. Potentially something relating to like ground or home or hearth or something like that. That would be quite good. Okay, how are we doing this? Is the tavern actually magical? Does it travel or sits in one place? It physically sits in one place, but it's connected to a bunch of different places all at the same time. Like for example, if you were to open just like a cupboard. Yeah, it's a nexus. Yeah, exactly. If you were to open a cupboard, it might be a cupboard to like a dark cave somewhere. If you open like a what's it called? An attic door. If you open like an attic like trap contraption thing, it might you might open it and then like pine cones fall on you or something from like another part of the world completely. Where's my stylus? Where's my super suit? Oh, it's because it's a weird. Mala, based on the word mal. Just throwing out examples. Okay, yeah, okay, so like similar to the word, a little bit of alteration. If that were to be the case, starting with the letter M feels a little bit on the nose, seeing as my name is Mahali. But I like the direction. Extra lore question. Does the tavern just suck in whoever, or does it reach for those who seek it? I think it's a case of like, if you really need a drink, you know? Mahali World, perfect. Hearthstone, yeah, I know, right? Right? Deary dear. I like the idea of it becoming available to those who really need a place to rest, you know? Those who are feeling, you know, creatively frustrated or things like that. Need a place to get crafty. Mahalan Wonderworld. 110%. You took your socks off and now you hate it. Funnily enough, you can actually put them right back on. If you hate the sensation of not wearing socks. Okay, so to quickly, how about Groud? Ooh. Shaving the letter off. What if I take that and I spin us in like a slightly new direction? What do we think of like an Atla? Maybe a little bit too on the nose? You feel like a cat? Fair enough. Makes you think of Avatar: The Last Airbender. What's the name of the world in Avatar: The Last Airbender? Atlara? Hate them damn Atlarians. It's literally... Oh, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, no, it is actually, yeah. You're correct. Atlara. I want to almost extend that to Atlaris. Maybe cut off the front and then just turn it into Aris? Yatless? Can I mash? I do like the sound of Aris, so let's have that put down there. Mash Gaia into Atlas. Gaia and Atlas. Well, then we're approaching Yatless at that point, yeah. Being on the nose. Attire? You like using the word refuge. Okay. Refuge. I do like that. It fits with the themes. Australia. Oh, Ashalia. No, distinctly different. Wanted floating oceans and land masses. Then you do like Aris, sounding airy. Yeah, well, that's what I was going to introduce in a second now, is the concept for the world structure is a globe that's cracked apart. Because I want to be able to have, as we discussed the other day, Alt, that idea of there being like a rat kingdom, like a rat setting within the overall I like the idea of having little isolated islands and stuff of different themes and like settings and completely different vibes that are like pieced together like puzzle pieces. Yes, but pick a word and you can put the letters wherever you want. Yeah, no, that's true. It doesn't... But to be fair, though, you lose a little bit of the spirit of the word as soon as it becomes unrecognizable. So even if you don't want, like... Yeah. Because people tend to correlate certain word sounds with certain feelings. Okay, so yeah, the actual world structure itself would look something like this. with the bits in between not there. And then the thought was there's something like a mana core or something, a magic core in the center of the world, similar to Super Mario Galaxy, where there's like a black hole in the center of all of the different galaxy masses. I like the idea of there being like a magic core in the center, and then these land masses kind of float around it. United States of somewhere. I mean, it kind of. United crust. Mashed combo. Talgia. Ooh. Talgia. Okay, okay. I do like that. I don't know why, but I'm fascinated with the idea of just calling it refuge. It's not fancy. It's not fancy at all. But it communicates an idea immediately. Really like using the term Yarra. It doesn't fit at all. Unfortunately, again, like it doesn't tie into the theme. Yeah, something akin to break, because the world is broken apart, but the tavern invites you to have a break. Fair. Refuge to you implies it's one of those multiple planets to go to. Yeah, no, that is a good point. Where like the tavern is more the refuge, more so than the world is. The world is pretty broken. No, that is a good point. A little accent. Refuge. Okay, well, can we take that concept of just using a term? Because I like that. I like that a lot. I think they use it in Borderlands as well. That's relevant at the moment. They use that as well, where they just name things, locations, planets after general terms that can just apply to the situation. Like the planet is known as Pandora, for example. Ratfuge? Well, one of the little continents is going to be rodents, but not the whole thing. So I like the thinking. I do like the thinking code name, but not for the full shebang. It's not the water. The planet kind of shattered. Yeah. There's going to be water on these continents. Yeah. So an example might be there's like a landmass here, like this, that's doing this kind of business, and then maybe all of this is water. It's been broken up. Chasm. Ooh, chasm. Okay. Chasm. Maybe. I'm thinking something a little bit more visceral, like a blitz. Probably not blitz. I'm immediately thinking of blitzball. Just shutting that down from now, but something like that where you can feel it, you know. Floating island masses make you think of paint on a palette. Get this, palette down, but it's palette well. No, I could see that. Sanctuary. Sanctaire. I think it actually sounds how that sounds from how you're playing with words. Don't actually like how. Yeah, Sanctaire. Sanctaire feels almost like a paladin city or something. You know what I mean? Web. Okay. Web. Thread. I'll throw that in there as well, just to keep the momentum going. shorthanding continents, as in refuge being fuge. Shorthanding continents, as in refuge being fuge. When I refer to continents, I mean the plates that circle the core. So a plate, yeah, I'll refer to them as plates from now on. Literally just names. Earth after Earth. It's just a word like any other, so why wouldn't that be the case here too? That's the thought. That's the thought, yeah. Sorry, I've been bouncing around a little bit. At first, I'm like, oh, we can fuse words together, or maybe is it like an audio simile or whatever it's called? Like, oh, we can play with that, and then I've immediately broken that down into just call it sandwich. How brainstorming works? Yeah. I'm thinking just like throw. That's why I want to just like chuck a whole bunch of words onto the canvas just to see what stands out. Refuge still. Ooh. This is gonna. I reckon we'll be incredibly divided on this suggestion. You ready? You ready? You ready? I'll let that sit there for a second. Let me know what you think. Keep thinking splatter and splotches and that kind of thing. Those are awkward as names. It's a little bit, yeah. Quilt. Ooh, quilt kind of communicates that stitching things together, yeah. Isn't 40k though? Yeah. I don't know. There's something very visceral about refuge that I just trying to tap into. Utopia. I don't necessarily want to have it as like utopia core, you know. It's not meant to be a perfect place. It's if anything, this should be the kind of environment where there are lots of problems, where you can run like a D&D or a tabletop something, and there's plenty of chaos to participate in. How willing am I to put a landmass really close to the center of barbaric warrior folk? Oh, 100%. 100%. Makes you think of the TTRPG site, The Forge. Okay, maybe not The Forge. Maybe not The Forge then. Refuge, Sanctuary is the name of a city in Borderlands that I really like the ring of. But again, like that kind of implies that the world is like a safe haven. I don't really want. I want like creative chaos to kind of be the theme. Name it round Taru. No, if we're going literal, may as well. You like The Forge? Obviously it has pre-existing associations, but implies things happen in here. That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah, is that like it's a crafting process, right? Rupture? Ooh. Okay, I'll reapply The Forge. The Forge. I do like Rupture as well. The Forge, Rupture. Perhaps something using canvas. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Frame. Primer. Prime. We will name this planet Prime. Haven, Harbour, Rift. Ooh, Rift. God, it's basic. Oh, but I kind of love it. I kind of love Rift. I kind of love Rift. I kind of love Rift. Rupture is referred to for the planet splitting. Well, that's my thought, yeah. But where Rift kind of fulfills that, but isn't as like edgy, you know? The land masses also make you think of lily pads. If Earth is Earth, maybe it could be something like the lakes or seas. Oh, okay. I will say that Rift is currently the front runner in my head. It's the vibe. Yeah, it's a vibe. Rift is currently the front runner in my head. Thank you, Codename. That was sick. But yeah, let's lean more aquatic now. So Rift is kind of where we've gone with like a shattering of landmass kind of vibe. Let's try aquatic now. Let's put out our feelers for aquatic. Always loved the word precipice. You don't know why. It feels a little bit too dramatic in maybe not the way that I want. Fissure? Yeah, okay, like similar to Rupture. Yeah. Fissure. Stay away from that there Rift. Yeah, exactly. You know, they say that stranger over there isn't from the Rift. Riz? Absolutely not. Hilarious though. Hilarious. I warn the children of the Great Rift. Rift in Greek is Rizi. No, it's close to Riz. Frick. The Verge. Verge is pretty fun. Yeah, I do like that as well. Verge. I like how Verge has a sense of like anticipation with the name. Like on the verge of, you know, like it carries a bit of potential energy in it. Fracture, yeah, okay. I'll add it to sort of the synonyms that we have for splitting here. Fracture. I think of fracture, rupture, fissure, and rift. Like those four kind of encapsulate the same kind of idea. I think again, rift is still my favorite. Verge is exploring like a different thought space, and of the space that it is exploring, I think it is my favorite so far. Of like the anticipation kind of. It's the first of its kind. I do like it. Urge? Urge has, I don't know, more of like intentionality behind it. It feels very like somebody has an urge. Whereas Verge feels almost like nobody could, like if nobody touches it, it still could roll into chaos, you know? NordVPN, yeah, exactly. Edge, Gorge, maybe not that feeling. I'm thinking, so with Verge, I'm thinking more like a set of scales imagery. I'm thinking this kind of thing, like Anubis' scales. That's kind of where my head is with Verge. if that kind of directs people's thoughts a little bit. The Brink. Ooh, Brink. Brink. I do like Brink. Wiki describes the space between countries as salty potty, so call it the salt. No, mate, that makes me think that it encourages maybe a vibe that I don't want for the world. It's full of sweaty gamers. Welcome to the salt. Reads? Yeah, okay, so more that sort of watery imagery, yeah. Is there think synonyms for like whirlpool or something? Geyser? No. If we're thinking like aquatic imagery. Steam, like as in water. Okay, yeah, no, I'll write that down to start us on the water path. Steam. Vortex. Ooh, vortex. Yeah, okay. Has that kind of primordial melting pot kind of. The Gap, absolutely not. There's a gamer magazine called Verge, because that's where your head goes. Yeah, that was my thought as well. That Verge, almost you get like neighborhood Verge kind of vibes, but I like the direction. Brink takes the new lead, I think, on with that school of thought. Don't use Rift for the planet's name. Defworks is a name for like the distance between. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Like these are the areas between the plates being referred to as rifts. 100%. Steam would be so on the nose. You kind of like it. The live stream. Oh, that is a good point. The world of stream. It's self-referential to stream itself. Oh, that's amazing. I hadn't even thought of that. Stream? You're tired. I mean, good morning, Mel. Sorry to hear you're tired. Well, as a pick-me-up, might I interest you in an art quest? Tempest? Ooh, Tempest is a good one. I'll need to clean this up in a second. I might start us on a new layer and pinch a couple of these. The whirlpool. I did chew on the whirlpool earlier, but I don't think so. I think it's just too wordy and precise. There is, yeah. If you venture over into the point. Into the gold coin redeem section, you might find an art quest there. So I've heard. I've yet to redeem one myself. Water terms, rivulet sounds cool. Yeah, okay. Rivulet. Ooh. You've redeemed the art quest, Mel. Okay, let's see what we've got. We'll see what's available. The Lord of Dance is wanting a wacky portrait of themselves. Make it look upside down, no canvas flipping. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, so the Lord of Dance asked for a hedge on Monday? Good Lord. Okay, so now we want a depiction of the Lord of Dance. We've had a couple of people depict their interpretations of what the Lord of Dance looks like so far, but nothing set in stone. There's nothing 100% about it. Speaking of, to the pit with you. But yes, Mal, does this sound doable? Does this sound like a quest that you'd be able to embark on? What do the tornadoes over water look like? Can you rotate it digitally? Guessing not. No, it says no canvas flipping, so I presume that counts as digitally as well. Who's the Lord of Dance? They danced their way into the tavern on Monday. They caused a stir and then they danced their way out. We've got no idea. Reservoir. Oh, I do like Reservoir. Does that sound doable, Mel? You'll do it? Okay, okay. What kind of time frame would you like to commit to? Just to sort of, I don't know, put some safety bars in case, just in case it explodes, Commit yourself to like a week or whatever it happens to be. That way you don't inflate it into something that take months or something stupid. Something aqueduct. I'll quickly jot down Reservoir. Water spout again feels a little bit wordy. Cetacea is an aquatic word. Cetacea. Oh, can I get a definition? Puddles. How cute with that? A week is all right. Don't have any comms right now, so you have time. Okay, cool. So Mel, you're agreeing to the terms of the quest. A week set as your time. It's locked in. It's official. If you need to re-look at the quest just to double check what the factors are at play, you'll find it in the quest hand-in section of the Discord down in the bounty board. But yeah, excellent. Oh, the Lord of Dance is going to be so pleased. So pleased. So is Crocodilus. Ooh. Droplets. Let me, I think Reservoir is probably the strongest to what I've got in my brain. Reservoir. Please, by all means, by the way, even if I don't immediately catch on to like the direction that you're putting down as suggestions, I like the counter offers because it widens my perspective on what I could use. Name of the planet, John. Lord of Dance is a lord who dances in many ways. People can't physically get a good image of him because, well, that's how he works. I don't know. Might have to catch you up. No, that seems to be the case. Is the Lord of Dance is seen in a flurry of dance movements, and it's really difficult to get a gauge on what they look like. What are we doing today? We are world building for where the tavern exists, and we've got some pretty cool suggestions so far. Let's clean up the layer a little bit. Add in a new layer. What are our strongest so far? As deemed by me, an unbiased participant. It's not true. It's not true at all. Rift is, I'm going to nominate Rift as the strongest for like the fissury, broken, cracked landmass offers. Brink as our strongest for like potential and anticipation. Stream as the slightly memey option. And then maybe Tempest. Maybe Tempest as the more watery themed ones. I'll grab the planet. Grab the planet sounds like one of those really dumb motivational slogans. I've hidden the wrong one, haven't I? There we go. There we go. That's cleaned things up a little bit. So we're trying to come up with names at the moment, Squid, for what the world's called. Don't know the Lord of Dance? Start singing. He's quick on his feet, never shy from a beat. He took the north and he brought forth, oh, the age of dance. Northern barbarians start dance. Oh, like the thumping of heel on floor. Heck yeah. The world is called twitch.tv/itsmart. Absolutely not. Tarn is a world from water. Never heard of that before. I've never heard of it before either. Didn't write John down. Sorry, bud. Sorry, bud. Stations. A little bit too sci-fi. Crocodilus was for sillies. Oh, fair. As in the Latin name for crocodile. Fair. Cetaceans are whales, dolphins, etc. Ah, okay. Fair. Basin, lock, lagoon. Just throwing wood at. No. You're good. I think we've stewed on it. I think we've stewed on it for a reasonable amount of time, and these are our 4 options that we've got: Rift, Brink, Stream, and Tempest. And if I were any good at this, I would be able to quickly set up a poll. New poll. Question: world name. Rift, Brink, Stream, and Tempest. Duration. Let's make it 10 minutes while I'm drawing the world anyway. There we go. All right, get your votes in. What do you prefer of the 4? John Rift is perfectly reasonable. What's your name? John Rift. Kind comment on Insta. Get to drawing, but you'll be around as much as you get. No stress. If you want to lurk, if you want to go back to sleep, whatever you got to do, no stress whatsoever. No worries. The song you just wrote as Lord of the Dance's theme song, and it plays from seemingly nowhere whenever he shows up. Yeah, if you want to post it in the Tavern fan art section up the top of the at the top of the Discord, in the same way that Digi's been writing out some of the goblin banter. Yeah, absolutely. Do kind of like Tarn for a place name somewhere. Yeah, I can have that written down somewhere as a note. Tarn. What was the other one? Rift was... Actually, you know what? I'll put down all of them so that if they don't get chosen for the main name, we can reuse them for other sections. Brink, Stream, and Tempest. Cool. They're all in. So unbiased, you're going to vote for Brink, even though you came up with 7. I mean, you're incredibly magnanimous with your decision making. That's incredible. Does the core have a name? The core does not currently have a name, no. The Lord of Dance would have a realm, just a realm of dance. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. I can see it. Welcome to my realm of dance. It's literally the meme from X-Men First Class where Magneto is like, I want to see the true Raven. And she's like, I have to change back to, how I look. And she looks like a human version of Mystique. He goes, no, the true Raven. And she goes, he means when I'm blue. And then she changes blue. I like the idea of the Lord of Dance being like, I want to see your true dance. And then someone's like awkwardly shuffling their feet around. No. Your true dance. And they're like, oh, frick it. And they just start lashing their limbs around in whimsy. Better at naming regions or cities. An entire world is too hard. It's tough. No, it's tough. I struggle so much that I needed to ask for help. So yeah, no, it's more than fair. One-shot D&D session set in a world of the Tavern. That is the thought, yeah, is that once the world is built up a little bit, we could totally do little one-shots, yeah. Couldn't choose between 2, so you voted on the one with less votes, but if Brink gets tied with anything, you're changing your vote to that? Okay. Noted. So if Brink ties with something, give it a +1. Noted. Yeah, I'll write it down as well. Remind me as well when I'm counting the votes. If Brink ties, give it +1. There we go. What do you need to roll to romance the Lord of Dance? That would be a probably just a flat charisma roll to see if the Lord of Dance fancies you. Give it a go. Give it a go. I'll let you know how you do. Sense a strong musical rhythm within you. Dance. Dance like you mean it. Yeah, dance like you've never danced before. An 18 is strong. An 18 is strong. I reckon, with a roll of 18, I reckon the Lord of Dance looks in your direction, chuckles for a second. Well, mere mortals don't usually catch my eye, but you have my attention. I reckon it's a case of you haven't wooed them. But no, you've definitely set yourself apart from the crowd. Probably a good performance check to start with. Heck yeah. Suspended water, mist, clouds, fog. I like the idea of building like little mysteries in every corner of every little pocket of the world as well. So any concepts that you come up with that seem like a little nugget of mystery, suspense, anything like that, I will absolutely take note. Lord of Dance reminds you somewhat of who? Of who? Like a mating dance that birds do. Who do you think invented mating dances? Gonna make a Lord of Dance thing using those online music maker things like GarageBand. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Lord of Dance like a god here. He's called the mortals, and he's surely like a higher being. I reckon it's a case of like a lower god. Yeah. You gonna lie down now? Rest up, Noctua. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Are you his concubine? I wouldn't so quickly promote yourself to concubine. You are a guest at their next party. We'll say that much. And then it's all on you. How do you dance, you know? You will hopefully be back. No stress. If you've got to rest, please rest up. Health, well-being, life always takes priority. I'm just a little cozy tavern if you've got somewhere that you... If you feel like you need to take a little sabbatical somewhere. Okay, so we're definitely placing the Lord of Dance somewhere here in his own little realm. What else do we reckon? Adding more colours? Heck, yep. Reminds you of a deity, one of your favourite OCs, making you realise it's been ages since you attempted to do anything with them. Now's the time. Now's the time, if you've got time. Now's the time. But yes, I was chatting with everybody in the Hearthside on Saturday about how I would like the world to mechanically work. And the general concept is that you've got these plates that rotate a magic core, but then you'd have almost like a tension in between the splits, almost like a water tension. But it's produced by the magic in the core. That's what keeps the plates out at the distance that they are. Is that tension from the magic coming from the core. And then if you use specialized vessels, you can actually sail across those expanses. So you have both regular seafaring vessels, but then you also have astral vessels that can move across the gaps. You dance the flamenco. What does that look like? Hit me with it. How do they travel? By rafts or some boat structures? I was thinking boat structures, yeah. Thinking so. Backstory to why it's all broken up like this? Not yet. Not yet. Spelljammers? Yeah, 100%. 100% spelljammers. I got sea vessels and you got magic vessels. 100%. 100%. And then you probably have hybrids were mentioned on Saturday as well. You'd have hybrids, so you've got water-faring vessels that can also travel across the expanse. Back just in time for ads. Sorry, bud. Sorry. Can I quickly take a cheeky peek at the poll? Ooh, Brink is winning. Brink is winning by quite a bit. Hot damn. Flamenco ends with you sliding across the floor on your knees and singing a melody. Oh, incredible, incredible, incredible. No, definitely impressive. Welcome back, everybody. There's like a second. There's a second or two before the poll runs out. So if you haven't gotten your vote, frick. That's it. It's gone. Brink has won by a gargantuan amount, by double the runner-up. Okay. We can pretty comfortably lock in Brink then, I think. Brink it is. Brink deserved to win. It was a pretty strong call. But is the Lord of Dance impressive? I don't even roll for this, but just by default, the Lord of Dance invented dance. So yeah, just inherently, you don't quite understand what you're seeing, but you're mesmerized. You're in a trance as you see these hypnotic movements across the dance floor. Name of the world is Brink. Name of the world is Brink. Hi, Lax. Hi. How you going? We're building a world, Lax. We have just named it Brink. We had 4 options: Rift, Brink, Tempest, and Stream. And Brink has come out on top. Was Brink your idea? Think it was? If it wasn't, you're still taking credit for it. Screw you guys. Lord of Dance seems like a fun character to play in a D&D campaign. 100%. 100%. The Lord of Dance is the kind of character, by the way, that would totally just make themselves a mortal avatar and just be like, you know what? I'm going to adventure until I die. You're good? Good to hear. Good to hear. Today was a day off? I know that yesterday was, but was today as well? Never get the man you desire. You give up your desire and you say you're never going to dance again. Few have guilty feet, they have no rhythm. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, they got no rhythm. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. You've given me a cheat sheet with that one. The way I feel. Hit the sunglasses at night. Hot pop quiz. Yeah, exactly. I'm not nearly qualified enough. Okay, so answer to the first question. Name for world. We have the answer. The answer is Brink. Cool. Locked in. Clank. The next question will be, how does the tavern work and where is it? Like, what's the immediate vicinity of where the tavern is? We've got a bit of a cheat sheet to to get a vibe. There it is. It's the starting soon screen. So we've got, it's a little old. It's about 2 years old at this point, but we've got this illustration to kind of give us an idea of where our tavern is situated. So if you want to use this as a bit of visual inspiration, what do we reckon? What kind of environment are we looking at? We can change things up from this. It doesn't have to strictly be this. We can introduce toadstools if we want to, like giant toadstools. We can introduce like large stone spires if we want to, like whatever we want to add. This is a starting point. I will most likely make a new illustration based on kind of where we end up by the end of the generating of where it is. You wear your something at something. You wear your sunglasses at night. Easy. Easiest quiz of my life. Lord of the Dance is just a title handed down to some crusty old librarian at the end of the world. Adventurers track him down in some dusty old tomb. Turns out he's from the town from Footloose. That is actually a really funny thought. The idea of it being a title that automatically passes down to the next viable candidate. And at the end of the world, when there's only one person left, they inherit the title, but they don't know how to dance. They're literally the only person left, though, so they automatically inherit the title. That is a very funny, tragic thought. He doesn't dance. Yeah, exactly. Mahali, Lord of Dance. Not yet. Looks to be hidden inside like a cavern, maybe, because of the waterfall and that. Okay. Okay. Based on that, I've got images in my head. 2 seconds. Do enjoy the idea of being like really hidden away. There's also a bunch of rifts and tunnels and docks and everything, so it's not exactly hard to get to. Here's the thought. Town of Footloose, yeah, exactly. Should never re-roll. Don't talk about Footloose when you're around. Nope. Here's the thought. I like the idea of the landscape that the tavern exists in being pockmarked. So if I were to take a section of the landscape and just turn it into a cross section, I like the idea of the surface having these giant sections missing. And down here you've got like these cavernous little pockets. But it's not underground here, in the sense that it's not caves and mining and that kind of thing. That's not the aesthetic that we're looking at down here. Up the top we've got, I don't know what the top aesthetic would be, but down the bottom it's almost like a terrarium where you've got grass growing and stuff. Like literally the visual that we've got of the tavern here in one of these little pockets. See what I mean? The terrarium bio, yeah, like a terrarium bio, terrarium, like cave system type of deal. Yeah. What have you missed? Okay, so far we have we've named the world Brink. We're working on what the world looks like in the macro sense as a planet, and now we're also working on where to find the tavern, like which continent does it exist on, which kind of biome does it exist in, what are the rules of the area. Kind of like sinkhole forests in China. Yeah. So like, yeah, that's sick. Yes. Where sections of land have collapsed, but it's retained its forestry underneath. Can you be a little quitter trying to make the Lord of Dance theme? Can I be a little quieter? Sorry. No, that's fair. Sorry, my bad. I'll keep it down. About evil dark wizard related to he's told me the story before. Footloose. Send a picture of what you mean in Discord. Oh, let's have a look. Ooh, okay. Yeah. I like the idea of it being a little bit darker, almost like a perpetual night, but not because there's no light, but because the light is a little bit off. So maybe the tavern is here in this example, and you've got a pocket of sky here. So you do get light as a little light tunnel, but it's not directly illuminating, you know? That's the jungle biome in Terraria. Okay. Perpetual drinking evening. Yeah, exactly. So you constantly have this warm and cozy feeling. Tavern near the pit. Is the pit the tavern's dark secret? Are they connected? That is a good point, actually. If the pit... yes. Okay, so the pit is like a secondary sinkhole leading to, like, actual caves. You know? Yeah, that could work. What caused the pockets? Meteor shrapnel hitting the surface? Is it like that, the full globe, or just a certain... No. It wouldn't be the full globe. It's literally just one particular like section of a continent, you know? It's like it's the pit-filled forest, or whatever it happens to be, whatever we happen to name it. And that explains how goblins show up. Yeah, where it connects to, like, the system. Yeah. From the image of the planet got there, there's crust but no mantle around the core. Sinkholes make sense, especially if the core is sucking in. The core is more radiating outwards, but I do like the idea of, because there's no... because it's sketchy structure, maybe there's like... I don't know, maybe there's something going on in the region that messes with the... like the outward propelling force of the magic core. Hi, Sunshine. Hi. Welcome. Hi. Streaming art. Heck yeah. What were you working on? Sorry, my pronunciation's all over the place at the moment. Welcome. Hooly dooly, it's Sunshine's Hooligans. Welcome. Mysterio Angelus Fairy Chaos. Incredible name. Hi, it's you. You're here. What were you working on? Please, if you've got something to share, please. We do accept art tax here. Welcome, Reddit. Yeah, welcome. Literally why it's called Brink, as in brink of collapse or destruction. Yeah. Let's have a look. Sunshine is an incredible illustrator, by the way. If you like warm, cozy, cute, just incredibly, like, think like fantasy storybook tale illustrations, Sunshine brings it in spades. So highly recommend giving her a follow if you haven't already. Just incredible. I've already gone through and liked all your stuff. I can't do it again. You know what? I can. You ready? Boom. Liked it again. Incredibly cute. So if you like this aesthetic, which how could you not? Please drop her a follow. Check her out on Instagram as well. Oh, haven't liked that one. There we go. Boom. If you have to look after yourself post stream, by the way, please do. Look, get food, rest, drink, whatever you have to. But if you want to stick around for a little bit, more than happy to have you. Sweet, but not me, not I. What's the art tax mean? Well, generally speaking, if you cross the international borders to other people's streams, you have to give over an art tax. Thank you, Jason, for the follow. By the way, thank you. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? Or Brink of Expansion. Brink of Expansion is probably a little bit closer. The frog is fun. The frog is fun. 100%. Drop a lurk as you've left your mum's to fend for herself. Oh dear God. No, go help out. Hi everybody, welcome. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. Nice to meet you. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so scenes, characters, landscapes, everything, all the stuff. That's what I do. And at the moment, I'm going through and I'm world building for the tavern that the stream takes place in. So we've put together a list of what I want to do today on stream. I want to name the world. I want to sort out what the world itself looks like. And then I want, third one's a little bit confusing. I want to locate where the tavern is in the world. So we've named the world Brink after trials and tribulations. We're on our way to piecing the world together, and we're also discussing kind of what biome we'd want the tavern to exist in as well. Looking after your little pumpkins, of course. Please follow. Thank you very much. Good luck, have fun. But yeah, this is the illustration of where the tavern currently exists. This is a bit of an old one from a couple of years ago. The intention is to, once we've decided on a vibe for it, in this session right here, right now, I'll probably go through and update this illustration as well. Can the core be arcane instead of molten? That's the idea, is that it's a magic core. Yeah, and it's keeping like a magic tension to maintain where the plates are. Because I'm not doing a very good job of illustrating it. Not yet anyway. Let's just chuck it in a color for now, just so we get the idea that it's not magma. We've got an arcane core, as you've said. Love it. I reckon it's pretty cool. Gruen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? How do oceans work? So the plates are the structure of the world that are sitting on top of the pulsing magic. The plates themselves have oceans. They also have continents on them. If one were to want to move from plate to plate, they can, riding on the tension of the magic that's keeping the plates pushed out, but you need a specialized vessel. So generally speaking, most peasants, such as ourselves, we would stay on each of our respective plates, but some special individuals might be able to either produce or find or steal a vessel that can actually cross the barrier. So is the tavern going to be in a city, or is it somewhere in the wilderness? Somewhere in the wilderness, mostly in the wilderness. The concept is kind of that it's a conflux of different locations, so you can access it from all different. Think the wardrobe from Narnia, right? Where it's just a wardrobe, but once you go through it, you end up in Narnia type of thing. Same with the interior of the tavern. If you open up like a cupboard or something, you might be able to crawl through and end up on the other side of the world. So it doesn't move itself, but it might be connected. It would be connected to cities all over the place, yeah. Doing good? Just having a late breakfast? Happy breakfast? What's on the menu? Arcs? Oh, I love that. Yeah, Codename. Codename absolutely obliterating me with these suggestions. Arcs for travel across the magic barrier. So if you imagine there being like a tension between the different slices of plate, you'd be able to use arcs to carry across. I do like that a lot. So it's like an in-between space. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it does have a physical location, which is here. I have said that I'm absolutely down to update how it looks visually. So if we decide that there's a giant boomerang sticking up out of the ground in the background, so shall it be done. You know, we'll do it with the next one. So we don't have to stick with this visual specifically. This is just kind of it's a placeholder. It gives us a good sense of the aesthetic, what we want to do with it. We can see. Treasure planet, but over arcane waves. Yeah, yep. 2 minutes, two 5-minute eggs. Coffee, some yogurt, and oats. Yum. So 5-minute eggs, those are some pretty runny eggs. Heck yeah. Remember that show, The Room? I remember the movie The Room starring Tommy Wiseau, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. I mean, unless we've got a direct quote from the planet. You are tearing me apart, Lisa. I mean, if we're looking for an origin for how the planet split apart, Lisa did it, clearly. The Lost Room. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, exactly. We've got some direct quotes straight from the planet's mouth. What if right? The core was increasingly trying to push and break apart the land, but that same energy is trying to pull the lands back together for some reason, resulting in the arcs being the way to transport. Ooh, I like that as an origin for why the splits happened, where maybe the core swelled, but it swelled to a particular size. It didn't swell infinitely. It swelled to a particular size, which caused the tension that then split the planet. So it started as a smaller planet, split, became a larger planet, but because it's remaining its current size, it's not splitting any further. Yeah, I like that a lot. It was called The Lost Room. No, I'm not familiar. Can you run me through it? Your thought. The arcs have tangible density. If you fell overboard while over an arc, it's similar to falling overboard in the ocean, but instead of drowning in water, you're pulled along the tension of the magic through the current. Right, so it's got like a little bit of causal momentum. So you kind of get dragged along by the vessel for a little bit until you are out of its area of influence, and then you'd fall into the core. Yeah, I do. Yeah, okay. Either that or the arcs create new land, but for some reason at this point in time they haven't made any new land. I like there being a bit of drama in the sense that they don't have a solution to creating new land to stitch it back together. I like having that as a bit of an overarching problem, because otherwise, as you've said, either why haven't they done it, or it could be a thing where they totally could create artificial land, but it's just so dang expensive. It's like making land masses here, right? You can spend $1 bajillion to create like a teeny tiny little island, but then it gets washed away by the ocean in like 2 weeks. How you going, by the way, Jason? How's your day been? The Lost Room was about a room that didn't really exist anywhere. You entered it through any swinging door with a special key. You were thinking it would be cool if the tavern worked like this. There are just doors around the place that lead to it, but there's no real place where it exists. Okay. Can throw kryptonite into the ocean and grow land. Yeah, or you can throw kryptonite into the ocean. Oh, yeah, true. No, good point. Thank you, Agent John Rambo. Field, you were asking for the planet to be called John Rift before, weren't you? There you go. Agent John Rambo on the case. Want to DM you in This World for Real? Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? Doing well? Should sleep soon. It's 5 a.m. Please, no. Prioritize sleep. If it's late and you're feeling sleepy, please jump out of stream at any point. Prioritize your health. Thank you for chilling for a little bit though. World building is cool. Thank you. I've been spitballing doing a little bit of world building for a little while now. I'm really happy that people are enjoying it. Chilling? How am I? Yeah, good. Good. I've been putting together a Shedinja. It's a type of Pokemon. I've been putting together a Shedinja costume for a convention that I'm going to in 3 weeks. 3 weeks? Ignore that sound that I made. And it's going pretty well. I spent today procuring a bunch of the... I'm going to say ingredients. Yeah, we'll go with that. I spent today procuring a bunch of the ingredients that I'll need to cook it up, and it's going pretty well so far. I've got the mask. The mask is physically cut out. It's not formed properly yet, but no, definitely getting there. You should feel more sleepy, but you generally just stay up way too late. I feel that. I've been struggling with that recently. About a 50-50 success rate on my part. Been thinking of worlds and storylines, but never thought of making it the theme of your show, really. We've had the Tavern for a few years now, so it only made sense. It only made sense that we'd expand the concept a little bit, you know? Jason ruined your sleep pattern for today. Oh no. Sorry to hear it. Oh. Another one. Okay. You were chilling? It was mad fun? Ah, what's the harm? Okay. So we've got... Love to hang around, because you love world building, but you need to head off to bed. More than fair. Thanks for hanging out, Dishron, for a little bit. Rest up, please do. Hope you're feeling well rested in the morning. Catch you later, bud. Ooh. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the Tavern. We have an art quest redeem. Let's see what the quest is. Hilda the Hill Giant is wanting a serious portrait of themselves. Only use 2 colours, line work included. Okay, we have a new... I don't think we've heard of a Hilda the Hill Giant before. This is a new one. Okay. New... new mysterious stranger in the tavern. How does that sound, Bottle? Reckon you could do it? Pixie got one, now you want one? More than fair. That's trickier than it is. It is. What do you reckon, Bottle? Doable? This is a design a new friend for the tavern kind of vibe. 100%. 100%. You get full creative ownership over decision making, whatever you want. Go for your life. Can a hill giant fit into the tavern? Well, it gets a little bit squishy, but she seemed to make it in all right. Is that a riddle? It is a quest. So Bottle is now deciding on whether or not he wants to agree to said quest. And then you accept, give you life and stuff. Can you request 2 weeks? You can absolutely request 2 weeks. Okay. Bottle has agreed to depict Hilda the Hill Giant in a serious portrait, only using 2 colours, in 2 weeks. It's done. It's locked in. It's locked in. Okay. Bottle, if you want to double check the criteria of the quest, it's up on the Discord automatically. It's off. It's there. You can find it in the quest hand-ins. Yeah. Good luck. Good have fun. Good have fun. Nervous but excited. I'm excited for you as well. I'm nervous and excited as well. I'm falling over my words. The quest entries so far have been sick. They've been awesome. Highly recommend checking them out. Patrons have only just recently started submitting quests on Monday, and we already have what? 1, 2, 3. We've got four quest entries that have already been submitted. Back to boring quoting for a job. Probably won't even get. Good luck. Good luck. Hi, Minnow. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so back on topic. Back on topic. So, where we last left off for where the tavern is physically situated, I like the idea of it not particularly existing anywhere. But I've already married myself to the idea of it existing in this little plateau area. Specifically because I want to be able to depict where the tavern is, you know? As tempting as it would be to have it just kind of floating through astral space, I'd like to ground the tavern physically in a location. We could always have it where when the door's closed, it's completely silent because the tavern doesn't actually exist on the inside until the door opens. We could totally do that. That could fit. It's going to be well over 50k. Intimidated, just writing the numbers down. You have to commit to it though. You know what you're worth in terms of like what you provide. Don't shy away from it, because if the client is looking for that work to be done, they'll understand the price joke. They'll understand the pitch. Maybe the tavern can travel occasionally. Well, that's the idea, is that instead of physically traveling, it's just like a web. It's connected to anything, to everything. So, say for example, you go to like the broom closet upstairs on the left, and you open up the door. You might end up in a city that's on the other side of the world. So it's not physically moving, but in a way, it's kind of everywhere at once. The tavern traveling sounds cool, like a universal key. So yeah, in a sense it would be. It's hidden like Wakanda from the Marvel movies. Yeah, so here's where we were thinking something like a sinkhole system. So the surface of the area that it's in is this surface here. So this is ground floor, right? You're walking along, singing a song, magic in your heart. This is the ground level that you're walking along on in this particular biome where the tavern just so happens to be. And then situated underneath that layer is like an underground forest, where there have been sinkholes. It's collapsed, it's become hollow, but it's still maintaining its identity as a forest underneath, one layer below. So you still have streaks of light that come through, but because it is constantly moody, it's almost like it's always nighttime. It's always time to, hunker down in the tavern and have a drink kind of thing. Just like the Fortnite seasons, everyone goes to leave the tavern one night and you're just in different locations. 100%. I love the idea of everybody canonically in chat being in completely different areas of the world. And then when it's time to go visit the tavern, everybody opens up a door next to them and they all end up in the tavern for the evening. Hollow Earth. Yeah, kind of like Hollow Earth. Yeah. There's also a concept in the tavern known as the Pit, as sponsored by the Goblin King. And the further extrapolation of the idea of the sinkholes being that the pit is actually a secondary sinkhole on this level that leads down to a third level. So the pit leads to like an even more hollow earth, if you will. Hydrate and snack if I need. My throat is getting a little bit dry. Are there creatures or guardians that safeguard the tavern? We've got a Billy. Billy's our canonical barbarian who does wield his great sword for greatness. Quill, who's asleep in the corner there, technically does watch over the tavern as well. I wouldn't necessarily say that he's a guardian spirit. He's more my familiar. Where would you meet Jamiroquai? What? In the tavern, obviously. Jamiroquai. Where do I recognize that name from? Jamiroquai. Is an English acid jazz and funk band from London. Hot damn. In terms of what continent that exists on, I'm not sure. Okay, let's do a little bit of scribbling while we're waiting for people to get through ads anyway. Keep it nice and boring while we're stuck watching the adverts. Went deeper underground because there was too much panic in the... Oh my goodness, yes. I'm holding on to that idea. I'll extrapolate in a second when everybody's back. That's incredible. For a specific reason that I've got in my brain, I'll let you know when we've returned. "7 Days in a Sunny June" represent? I'm not familiar at all. Okay, now that everybody's back, what you've said, Gruen, is actually incredible. I love the idea of like a bard or musical artist, whatever, in this area discovering that the majority of the population in this particular biome lives underground, gets pissed that everybody's already underground, so their underground music career is kind of being disrupted, so they go to the pit instead to go even further underground as a musical artist. You're just being silly because that's one of the song lyrics jumping into your mind. I love it. I love it. Okay, so completely tangential. We've got a bard, different color. Blue. We have a bard named Jam who lives in the pit. Beautiful. I love it. I love it so much. Jam the Jazzman? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Hey, play us a jam. Yeah, very funny. Frick you. Wait, what? Everybody here is already underground? I gotta get out of here. They're harshing on my vibe. Na, 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 you love a character with a pun name that loathes having a pun name. Secret favorite thing unlocked. Heck yeah. We'll eventually have to decide on what the continents and stuff look like. But I'm happy to just put in placeholders for now. But yes, brink. I need to roll it around in my mouth a little bit just to familiarize myself with it now. The world is called Brink. I like it encapsulating, actually. So, world creation story. Here we go. Starts as a smaller planet. core for whatever reason. We can come up with a reason later, or we can just leave it. No, actually, I like keeping it innocuous. I like keeping it completely in the dark. Who cares? Catastrophe happened. Who survived to know why the world split? Started smaller. The core, for whatever reason, swelled. It cracks. It expands, and it becomes this. And now it's kind of sitting in a healthy, like, precipice between expanding too much, and then the plates just expand out into the middle of nowhere, and the core recollapsing again, and the plates crumbling, and it just like becoming a little clumpy, collapsy, explodey, implodey bit. Hence the name Brink. I really like that. In the same way that Earth exists in like the perfect zone for life, where it's just close enough to receive enough energy so that we've got hospitable temperatures, but just far enough to where we're not burnt to a crisp, mosquito, lamp style. I really like the idea of this being on the brink of either collapse or explosion. Something you're really strongly holding on to is what the edge of these continents. You can visually see and hear waves crashing into the strongest edge of the arcs, as if it were like the large rocks in our world, just like those beaches with the bioluminescent waves. Effect, especially against these arcane edges. Want to build on a lighthouse system on the edges. Ooh, Billy, do you mind if I task you with that? Do you mind if I task you with the concept of building an arcane lighthouse that helps people identify where the edges to these arcane ledges are? Is that cool? You can say no. You can be like, freaky, but like, no, I don't want to do that. Give you full permission. Full permission. You 2 minutes ago, I want to design this. You 2 seconds ago, frick. Regret. You're keen? Excellent. Alt, if you can still hear me. I'm absolutely down to make it canon that the rodent realm exists on one of these plots of land. I like the idea most of it being isolated on one of these little teeny tiny plates, to kind of match with the size scaling. I find that really funny, the idea of it being a little plate with a little continent, a little island off the coast, a little city with little people. Like, it just, it sings in my head. Ooh. You know what'd be fun? You know how Antarctica shrinks and expands because it's, expanding and contracting like bodies of water. What if it was a limited body of water and it didn't have anywhere to expand into, so it just became an entire ice plate? What do you reckon? Hi, Alt. I was just saying, Alt, that I really like the idea of making the rodent setting canon in the world, but sequestering it to a little plate and a little continent, and then a lot of it takes place on a little island off the little continent, like really, really like downscale. Loving all these concepts so far. Definitely go back to the VOD later to get all of it. Oh, we've had some absolute rippers. Even though we've ended up on Brink, people were throwing out incredible names to start with. You like the rodent being a little place? Yeah, that was my thought. That's my thought. So if we've got a plate that's fully ice. Yeah, that works. And then we can have like a more classic Antarctica up the top. Think your Nordics, your Greenlands, your Arcticas. Because you've got Arctica and you've got Antarctica, right? That's how that works. Achieved nothing since accepting a quest, so you think you're jumping off the PC. Had a big day, more than fair. Hope Worldbuilding continues as wonderfully as it's been going so far. Thank you, Bottle. Good luck with writing up the contract, the pitch, the God, why can't I think of the word? You know what I mean. God, words are tough. Good luck. The quote. Good luck with the quote. Look after yourself, and I'll catch you later. Bye, bud. May the Lord of Dance's intro. It's really bad. Can't sing for anything. Dude, we are a place of encouragement. The very act of creation is the thing that should be celebrated. Take care, Bottle. Have a good night. Okay, if we're gonna play polar opposite, literally, of the plate, let's actually pay attention to where this goes here. Now the next question is, we could technically have, we could technically have a ring around the planet. Hear me out. This is incredibly like Tumblr OC. My character has a red eye and an orange eye and secretly also a purple eye and also an angel wing and also a devil wing and also has psychic powers. But hear me out. If in the act of expansion, there was stuff in between the core, the initial small core and the crust, but then in the act of expanding, it blew out the insides and that became a ring. It makes sense, right? Funny I should mention, you had an idea for something as an inner ring? Oh, okay, yeah. It's embarrassing to you to even upload it, but you will. No, please do. Please do. What if the underside of the ice continent wasn't flat, but expanded and contracted with the seasons, growing closer to the magic core depending on the season? The more magical weirdness happens as you descend further into the ice continent. Oh, that would be sick. I'm imagining a D&D adventure where you have 4 months. You have 4 months to make it down to like the end of where the ice is expanded to get as close to the magic core as possible in order to take like a sample or something. You're being hired by something, some sort of organization to take like a magic sample of the core. And things happen as you're making your way down. There are creatures that like move with the ice as the ice expands and contracts. There are magical phenomena. There are like, because you're going closer to magical properties, maybe like properties of the ice change. Maybe like there's weird portal-y business as well. Oh, that's sick. That's sick. I love that. Let me write that down somewhere. The polar plate expands and contracts closer to the core seasonally. And as you dig into the ice, weirder and weirder stuff happens. Oh my. Question mark? Exclamation mark. @ symbol. There we go. It's in Tavern art, fan art. Please do not play on stream. No, I won't. But if you're curious as to what Alta's made, go check it out. The Ice Age movie with dinosaurs. Yes. Like as it expands through time or something, and you get like little pockets of preserved creatures from like different parts of the world that appear in the ice. Like ice fossil zombies yes. For argument's sake, draw the southern ice cone a little thicker towards the center. How it'd look. Yeah. So it would expand out like that, almost like a little mushroom. The snow goblins, heck yeah! They set out on little expeditions as well. I'll put a little reminder for myself. Do a version with ice cone. It could be like a shaved ice cone. Oh my god! And then we can have like magical aurora borealis business going on that makes it look like the I don't know. I'm spitting ideas, thoughts directly out into the stratosphere. Play it on stream. You'll just mute the stream. No. If you're that nervous about it, it's available. People can check it out if they want to. But no, I wouldn't play it out directly, especially if you're not like comfortable. You really don't like your own voice? It's one of those things where I also don't like my voice. I also don't like the sound of my voice. I've had to get used to hearing it. It's very trippy. Listening to my own voice is how I imagine it audibly feels to look at your reflection for the first time. Like it'd be a really weird thought to experience amnesia or something like that, and then look in the mirror for the first time and be like, "Oh, that's me," you know. It's the same with hearing your voice. It's like the audio version of that. Like, oh, that's what I sound. That's what I sound like. I imagine. I don't know for sure, so take all of this with a grain of salt. I imagine it's a case of you can hear yourself. Because of the vibrations through your face and all that jazz, you can hear yourself through that process. But that version of hearing is different from hearing through like conventional methods. So then the disparity between hearing yourself through like skull vibrations as compared to hearing yourself the normal way, that difference makes you hate it. Because you're not used to it, and you're like, I don't sound like that. Why do I sound like that? That's weird. That's gross. Weird. Yuck. Does anyone look in the audio mirror for the first time and go, "Damn, you're awesome AF"? Well, that's the thing. I have yet to hear that. Even famous singers, they're like, "Yeah, no, I had to build up confidence to sing in front of people because it felt weird. I don't like hearing myself." You're in picky mode. Feel like the amount of snow on top takes away from the form had before. Could it be implied that there's more cold biome on the hidden side of the curve? Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, if anything, the planet could be implied to be tippy a little bit more, yeah. The planet is a wee bit tipsy here. We can have the edge of ice here. It's kind of poking around. But then, as you say, like imply that it's a little bit further around the bend. Upon entering the ice area, there's a fog that essentially takes you to a different area, point of time, as you go deeper. Yes, okay. I think that's another one for the text file. As you move deeper into the ice, you move further back in time. Question mark? Maybe? What if water? Think about that. We're pretty existential at this point. I reckon we could rethink everything from the ground up. Seen Interstellar, the ice planet? Those huge cracks is what you envision? It's been a very long time since I've seen Interstellar. I'll need reminding. You want me to play it on stream? Give you that embarrassment? Okay. Give me a second. If you're sure, you'll have about 30 seconds to lock it in, and then it's going, okay? Push through it. No, that's fair. It's very brave of you. I don't mean that sarcastically. I'm serious. It is the way that you get over performance anxiety, is you give it a go, you know? You lick your wounds afterwards, and then you give it another go the next time, you know? Turn the audio down a little before you play it. It's like, okay, all right, noted. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the visual reference. Okay. This is the Lord of Dance's theme song. Let's drop the volume to about half, see how we go.
Oh, he's quick on the speed, never tries for a beat. He took the north and brought forth, the age of dance.
That was amazing! What? What do you mean? Might have been a little bit loud, I'm sorry. That was incredible! You hate it? No, that was great. I refuse to hear otherwise. It was hokey in the Adventure Quest, point and click adventure kind of vibe from back in the day. No, that was great. I refuse to hear any slander. That was amazing. So good. Oh, let's have a look at this this reference. Ooh. Okay. Would this be for the southern plate? Why is it being weird about me selecting the boundaries? Exploring the inside of it? Ah, right. Yeah, okay. Hi, Matthew McConaughey. How you going? More like Matthew McConaughey. It's dumb. I'm going to grab that as a reference. I've added it to the reference page. I'll mostly grab a bunch of screenshots of these as well to add them to the reference as well. Okay, I'd like to say that we've got a what world looks like check mostly. Now it's down to sort of more minutiae stuff, which is fine. I'm happy with that. Where Frick Find Tavern is the next one. You're going for a King's Quest game? Yeah, King's Quest is the one that I was trying to think of. I was thinking Dragon Quest. I was like, frick, no, that's something else. Sierra, yeah. The trumpets were a dead giveaway. Pixelated point-and-click adventure series? Yeah, yep. All of the land masses surrounded by water on all sides. Are there cliffs that are directly on the magic ocean, or islands are half? So as I said, like the continents are just place markers for now. It's just to kind of illustrate how it physically functions. Absolutely, I reckon that there would be a case of let's just throw one down now. There would absolutely be cases of continents that have been rendered in twain, split betwixt two plates. You'd absolutely have these on a few of the different surfaces, yeah. So yeah, you would have essentially landmass straight off, and then if you wanted to make it so that like there's a mountain here or something. There's a mountain here, so then you've got a mountain that's split directly in half. So you get to the top of the mountain, and then you just look down into void. Is a sick visual. You can hear this world. You're enjoying the stream so much. There you go, boom. Where is the tavern? Because you know it's in a forest. It was also a thing of like, if an adventurer needs it strong enough, it may appear. Yeah. So the idea is, we need to choose a landmass. We need to nominate a landmass. It doesn't necessarily need to be any of these. We can just say like Actually, that's a good point. We should come up with a name for name of Tavern Forest. We should come up with a name for that as well. The crunch of rock, the rumble of tectonic plates. Oh, yeah, for sure. If you've ever... There's something incredibly... what's the word? Mortifying. You are not any more aware of your mortality than being on a large body of thick ice and hearing cracks in the ice about 1 kilometer down. Not 1 kilometer. A long way down. There's something just incredibly primordial about that. And I feel like with the setting, it taps into that feeling where you could apply that feeling to a bunch of different things. I have had that experience, yeah. It's freaking terrifying. Apparently it's super normal though, so you shouldn't panic. Especially, you should be more concerned about thin ice. Thin ice and hearing cracking, that's a problem. Thick ice and it cracking like 400 meters down, not an issue. You're fine. Also, the Lord of Dance has to be somewhere in the north, otherwise your tune falls flat. Yeah, no, that works. That works. So is it like a different dimension? Where the forest is not a different dimension. The forest will be physically somewhere on the planet. But it's dimensionally connected to all parts of the planet. Not like every part. It's not like, oh, well, what if I'm over here? Can I go to the tavern over here? It's like, no, maybe not over there specifically. But there are like landmarks all around the planet that all connect to the tavern. Okay. So, name. Name for the sinkhole forest. We are not calling it the sinkhole forest. I'm gonna put a hard and fast ban on that one. So let's come up with a new document. Sinkhole forest names. The Hollows is a strong first swing. The Hollows is an incredibly strong first swing. Walk between these two trees in the valley into the forest. Yeah, exactly. Twilight Forest, Duskwoods. Ooh, I do like that. Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest or I do like Duskwoods more. So let's put down Duskwoods. Duskwoods. Recluse. I do like that as such good options. Duskwood Hollows. Oh my god! Duskwood Hollow. Stop hitting me with just absolute gold in the middle of freaking ads. People are missing out. Oh my god. Oh, that is a solid one. Really like that. Recluse's Woods. Ooh. I'm trying to think of how I can apply it to that kind of naming format. You know what? We could even turn Recluse into like a subsection. So the overall could be Duskwood Hollows. And then maybe where like there's a coven of hags in the Recluse or something. You know what I mean? Recluse feels like a region. Yeah, exactly. Duskwood Hollows feels like you just got a 9-line in Tetris. 100%. I got shivers. It just. The Hollows part is important. 100%. 100%. Duskwood Hollows feels perfect. The caverns. Ooh. The caverns could be in reference to the lower region that maybe the pit connects to. The pit connects to the caverns. That feels incredibly cheesy, but I kind of love it. So we've got Duskwood Hollows connects to the pit, which is an entry into the caverns. Potentially. I'll sit on that for a second. Refuge point can be the area where the tavern is. Ooh, I do like that. As well. Yeah. Point tends to refer to like a coastal area though. Where it's like Highland Point or something, where like the lighthouse is. It tends to be like along a body of water. I do like refuge being part of the name though. Trying to think of a name for the entrances right now, as in like a conceptual name, like portals or accessways, that kind of thing. The Sunderground. Goblins in a war-torn underground area. The Sunderground. Oh, that's fun. That's, yeah. That's very fun. That's very fun. I like that a lot. The mouthfeel is really good. Chambers. Ooh, as the accessways, potentially. Always enter the tavern in the same place, or different entrances go to different parts. I'm not sure. Because let's see, in Narnia, what do they have? They've got like the wardrobe leads to like the forest area. There's a painting of the Dawn Treader, and then they end up on the boat. God, and then there are other ones, but I'm not familiar with them off the top of my dome. So it seems as though they're particularly anchored. I don't necessarily need to do that. It can be a little bit more chaotic, where it's just kind of a, I wish to go here, open door, exit through door. Duskwood Glade, Hollow Glade, Dusk Glade, Glade Hollows. Duskwood Glade, Hollow Glade, Dusk Glade, Glade Hollows. I still think Duskwood Hollows is my favorite, I think. I do want to adopt Glade though. I don't think I can mix it with Recluse though. I don't think I can make that magic happen. I want to add like the Silent Glade or something as an area in this region. For the location the tavern is in. Oh, fair. I feel like they line up a little bit too closely to Duskwood Hollows. I feel like we should separate just so that there's a clear distinction, like region, specific area for the tavern. Okay. Let me grab this globe. As a spot of inspiration. Paste it into here. And then we can start Tranquil Glade. Maybe a little bit too cliche with the Tranquil Glade. Good suggestion though. Hearth Glade. I like the attempt. I am very susceptible to the word hearth, but no, I don't think it works. I don't like the mouthfeel. Good try though. Very good try. I'm weak to the word hearth. My heart. Is the tavern in the stream starting screen at a spring? You can't remember. Oh, let me check it up on stream for a second. There you go. It is. It's got a set of waterfalls near it, and it does have a stream going past. The stream, if you will. But remember, if there are additional details that we want to add to the location, we absolutely can. We don't have to stick our hand on gospel to this. Recluse's Edge. Refuge Falls. Ooh. Refuge Falls. Refuge Falls has a nice feel. It does. Yeah, I like it. Respite Falls. Ooh. Respite Falls. Or Respite Falls, depending on... doesn't Refuge Falls just sound like a tranquil spot to take a breather? How about Freaky Falls? Incredible. Almost today, you can pin whatever you like. I've got no control over you. You're a free spirit. Be free, my child. Be free. There's nothing I can do. I can't argue with the dice. Respite Falls does ring. I do like the feel. I almost want to name it after something. Here, I'll show you what I mean. I almost want to call it like Pride's Respite or something. Like scrub that, but do you kind of see what I mean? Gary's Respite. Oh, Gary's Respite. Yeah, there we go. Frick. Quill's Respite. Oh, it's good. It's good. I think it elevates Quill a little bit too much. I don't think of Quill as being like a godlike being or anything like that. Cheeky though, cheeky. I like it. I like it a lot. Is you made for it? Yeah, please. Duskwood Hollow's a large place, by the way. In your mind, it's about the size of Rat Island. Yeah, no, it would be like a rainforest type of footprint, right? Where it's a biome. Think of a biome in Minecraft, right? Where you're looking at an area. It's like, oh, okay, this area has generated as this kind of biome. It's a type of biome. So it doesn't necessarily cover like a whole continent. Maybe it covers a whole island, but I don't think of it bordering ocean. I think of it being in the center of a continent, you know, like really isolated. Like how they say the size of Rat Island, like we know the exact size of that, like it's a metric unit. Well, it's the closest thing to a metric unit that we've got at the moment, yeah. Duskwood refers to the biome type, and the Hollows refers to the sinkhole dips that I wanted. Refuge Falls sounds like the specific dip that the tavern sits in, as an outer river or lake borders the top edge. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's not necessarily naming like that spot of land. It's talking about like basically the closest landmark. Like the tavern is right next to Refuge Falls. Yeah, okay. The Hush Glade? Ooh. Yeah, okay. Like similar feel to the Silent Glade that I gave before, but less ominous. Maybe? Taleteller's Respite. My brain has taken that and has gone, like, let's take Taleteller and turn it into the Telltale Heart from, is it Edgar Allan Poe? The Telltale Heart is, yes, from Edgar Allan Poe. Telltale Respite, yeah. Because it feels almost like a discovery, you know? put a pin in it for now if I want. Yeah, I'll quickly jot down that one. The Telltale Respite. I do like. Is it tell with 2 L's or is it one word? Not find. History. It is. Okay, Telltale Respite. Telltale Respite. Tall Tale Respite. Oh, that's fun as well. Frick. Didn't delete the names at the bottom of the page. Writing it up to, of course. Tall Tale, yeah. Tall Tale Respite is. Frick. Tall Tale Respite is sick. Because it conglomerates everything that we've kind of been talking about up until now. Tall Tale it's You ever heard that artsy tavern out by Tall Tale Respite? That sings. That's you know when there's a thing. In the game Sea of Thieves, when you align the sails on your ship correctly with the wind catches them and the ship starts to move forward more quickly. It plays a little tune where that alignment happens. When that alignment happens, I heard that alignment sound in my head when I heard Tall Tale Respite. Telltale Respite sounds more cozy though. But I like how Tall Tale Respite implies creating stories, you know? Because a tall tale is like a lie that you spin in order to like sell an idea, right? I really like the idea of people coming from all around and creating stories in the tavern, you know? Ties in as a place for the Sea of Thieves universe. Absolutely. Back from your games. Did you win? Things are happening. They are. You love... Yeah, exactly, right? I really like... Okay, so we've got number 4. We've got number 4. Number 4 is it Duskwood Hollows? Duskwood Hollows. And then 4.5, I guess. God. Tall Tale Respite. Or Respite, however you... You know what? 4B? Yeah, we could do a 4A, 4B. Tell me, lady on the internet, what is it? Show me Respite.
Respite.
Frick you. Fine, Respite it is. Okay, Duskwood Hollows, Tall Tale Respite, Brink. Yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together. Tall Tale Respite can Respite. Tall Tale Respite can be either as a place with stories or a place to keep away from lies. Yeah, no. It gives you a feeling, and I like the feeling that it gives me. Is that fair? Okay. And then, like, it sets a vibe. You don't need to necessarily know the meaning, but it sets a vibe, absolutely. Hi, Pretender. Hi, welcome, welcome. At 8's tough. Is what it is. How you going? How's your holiday been? You doing well? Okay, so as I said, I like the idea of the forest being in the middle of a continent. Because I don't like the idea of it bordering on an ocean or something. Then it feels like quite small. Whereas if it's in the middle of a continent and it's physically small among the continent, that's fine. It at least feels like it's on a larger scope, you know? You want to play in this world. Well, that's the good thing, is once it's fleshed out, totally could. You do bony perfumes, though. 5 bottles of it. But you already brought 7. You've got 12. How are you going to fit it in packing? All right. Shall we decide on a continent for it, though? Leaning towards the top one, as in like the northern continent here. You brought 7 with you on vacation. Bought 5. Well, that's what I'm saying, is you've ended up with 12. The northern continent, yeah, okay. Which would mean that the Lord of Dance would exist at least within stone's throw. What if there are islands or continents that float higher or lower than the rest? Ooh. Yeah, okay. I think... Oh. I like the idea. I like the idea of maybe like a treasure planet style, there being a single island that's hypothesized to be somewhere on the lower layers, like floating around, like in a closer orbit to the core. I don't like the idea of it being a multitude, though. I don't like the idea of it being lots. This replacement of the tavern, like pieces that have drifted out of core's hold. Well, that's where I was thinking potentially ring, you know. That was your idea about an inner ring. Fair. You only bought Amber Empire because of the bottle design. I mean, that's fair. You've got a collection. You don't necessarily need to have a sensible reason to get, you know. At that point, you're looking for interesting things, right? Maybe the core's magic made some islands float. Right, so you're saying on the plate, an island floats above the plate, but it still belongs to that plate. Yeah, could do. An obsidian kind of material. They rotate at a different speed, so it's tricky to get to them. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. So the mass closer to the core is, as you say, made, like forged of a different material. Maybe as part of the like rupture, the rupture, as part of the rupture instance. Maybe like all of that pressure led to like an obsidian, as you say, material being formed. And it's dense. It's incredibly dense as a material, so it has like a lower orbit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then it's like, as I say, like a treasure island situation where it's spun about, like what tales are spun about, like, oh, you know, have you heard of like the inner island? Have you heard of the inner island? Check out the coloured Lord of Dance you sent it. I did not. I was not aware. Sick. With with the sandal, you're really letting your Demon Slayer. Come on, there we go. Really letting your Demon Slayer influences shine through. No, that's sick. That's awesome. Fantastic outfit. I see that you've applied the maroon and the purple, quite nice, and the yellow. Yes, nice. Yeah, I'm excited to. You don't even have to do like an intricate background here. You could have it like fade out to black or something behind, but I do look forward to seeing what you do with the throne. That's awesome. Special gemstones that can only be found closer to the core. Yeah, okay, as the MacGuffin. Yeah, I do like that. I do like that a lot. Because it's a smaller size in comparison. It's not visible compared to the rest of the light from the core. In the same way that astronomers, I was going to say astronauts, astronomers find it really difficult to spot distant planets that are small because what they use to identify them is their shadow against their the sun that they orbit, their paired sun. So I really like that idea where that island can't be seen because the glare of the magic core is too intense. You can't see the teeny in comparison to the core, obviously teeny tiny landmass that's circulate. Yeah. I like that a lot. Let's put that to concept. Obsidian land mass orbits closer to the core. Core divers hunt for it. Zip. Looking for gems? Something like that? You love the hidden islands? Yeah. But I don't want it to be too plentiful because then it makes the concept a little bit not as special, you know? I've read the entirety of Solo Leveling. I haven't watched it at all now. May as well make a general idea of what his castle as well, realm would look like. Yeah, no, absolutely. If you've got creative like oomph in the tank, by all means. How they go mining for arcane crystals of power sources. Yeah. No, good point. Yeah, where they actually go into dungeons in order to mine the. Oh, another quest. CD agency. Yeah. Well, that's why I like the idea of almost like a pirates concept, a core divers concept where they are known for doing stupid, risky daredevil business to try and see if they can find where the hidden island is. The theory is that the excess arcane energy from the core solidifies its flecks of crystal crust. Ooh. Right, and because of the proximity of the landmass, it accrues these like crystalline structures. Yeah, cool. Kind of like growing crystals as opposed to crystals by pressure. They're grown. Yeah. I think people would like harvest the arcane energy from the core. I don't think it would be standard practice based on what we've got so far. As I was saying, we were talking about the idea that instead of the equivalent to Antarctica, which is like this plate that's entirely ice, because it's limited to its structure, it can't like expand and contract with the ocean's water. Instead, it expands and contracts closer and then further away from the core. And then I floated the concept of potentially like taking core samples using that expansion and contraction, which is also fun because they take core samples in Antarctica where they bore down and they take little geo samples of like sedimentary deposits to like see like, oh, Antarctica used to look like this. It used to be like this much of an ocean, blah 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 blah. I think it's a fun spin to bring core samples into into that aspect of the world as well. Would be hard to harvest, but its effects would be much stronger in certain areas. I think it's less that the core gets harvested and more that the core exhibits different strengths of effect in different areas of the world. So it's not that you're harvesting magic from the core, you'd be harvesting magic from the phenomena that happen in that part of the world, if that makes sense. Islands float closer to the core, but the ice continent is the only way to get very close to it. Yeah, potentially. Potentially, yeah. Islands get a little closer, but the ice gets real close to the core. I think they would ebb and flow like a little bit, but I wouldn't say that they'd dip down to the proximity that I'm thinking for the island. Yeah, no, I'm thinking that in order to make your way to the island, you'd essentially have to do like a bit of magical bungee jumping or something. You need to know where the island is going to be, make an assessment. Okay, we're going to jump from here, safely land using this method, and then we've got this method to like get the heck out of there once we've gotten what we need. A fun little think similar to like an Armageddon movie, you know, where they have to like do the maths to land on the asteroid and then plant the explosives and then get out of there type deal. But they're not planting explosives, they're there for the crystals, obviously. Real actual treasure planet spaceships? Yeah. Yep. That wouldn't be like spaceships. It'd be closer to is it Spelljammer? Similar to like a Spelljammer situation. Be different realms in this world, or is it just a thing floating in space? It's just a thing floating in space. Space. The cheekiness of this individual. Okay. That's a lot to chew on. I think I'll start rendering the world a bit now. Because my head is getting a bit tired. It's a lot of really crazy concepts that we've all come up with one after another. So I think to give my head a little bit of a break, it's a lot. So to give my head a little bit of a break, I'm going to take a bit of time to draw a planet. Why don't I be out here and get a snack? I could stretch, definitely. Not hungry, but yeah. No, good call. Yeah, I'll BRB. I won't be long. I'll be like a minute or two. BRB. I'm back. As I said, not too long. Just to stretch my legs a little bit. Thank you, thank you. But yes, just to, because it's been a very long time since I've world builded, so it's full on. My brain is. I suppose the thing that I'm struggling with the most is like separating the ideas out into concepts now, because we've shotgunned a lot, and now I just need time to kind of separate them out a little bit, have them solidify into ideas of their own. So while I'm giving my brain that little bit of rest, because we've been going for what, almost 3 hours now of just idea generation. So let's start putting the planet to canvas, I think. I've never drawn a planet before. How frick draw planet? Planet Earth from space. We've got the classic blue marble. That's as classico as it's gonna get, I think. Oh. We have a bit of an augmented space photo where people have kind of bumped up a few of the values. That's fun. Okay. Just copy and paste it in. No. So I want to do like a nice epic one. Like I can take this, I can paste it in, but it's very crude. I can refine it, I guess. Okay. Oh no, even lower than the 8. Sorry, bud, that's rough. That's rough. So what's immediately standing out to me is that the ocean on Earth looks a lot deeper. Understandably so. It's pretty deep. Ocean, pretty deep. Actually, let's bump this up. Bump this onto another layer. 18 is not bad. 18 is not bad at all. What are you using the 18 for, Minnow? What task is it that you're attempting? The land masses on Earth, a lot of them are very deserty, which, I mean, makes sense. No, that makes sense. And I think I've made note of that in the past, but clearly not enough to leave a mark on my brain. Looking for an entry point into the ice? Oh, heck yeah, okay. Well, with an 18, let's see. It takes you a while. It's a very difficult task. It takes you a while. But eventually, Hall of Mirrors style, you actually realize that where you thought there was a section of ice wall, it's just optical illusion with the reflection of other bits of ice in the area, and you can actually slip past. You find a fissure point. Unfortunately, it's not it's not peak core season, so the ice is certainly not extended to its full extent. But you found an entrance. You need to rest your body for a bit. You've been leaning forward in your seat for so long. Try to be back a little bit later. More than fair. More than fair. Short reconnaissance mission before the real mission. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, now you can say that it's possible, you know? Guys, I have proof. I got in the ice. I'll see if I can render specifically this plate for a little bit. And then it looks like the edge of the world kind of takes on a brighter tone, presumably because weird like atmosphere light stuff. Let's say that's relatively green up there, and then we get rid of the green and go towards more landmassy stuff down here. I was so proud of Bottle earlier because, sorry, that sounds condescending. It's not intended that way at all. I'm really happy to see because he's started using a program called Incarnate, and that gives me such nostalgia, giddy feelings in my tum because that's what I started with. That's what I started with when I first started doing D&D stuff. I say started with as if I've moved on to something else. No, like I still use Incarnate whenever I do have to design maps and stuff. And he was using it completely. Like I didn't recommend it. I didn't realize it was working on a map. And to see that of his own volition, he had found Incarnate and he was doing really cool things on it. It was really cool. It was a really cool moment. What kind of world is that? It is the world of Brink. Oh, thank you for the follow code name. Welcome to the Tavern. Head to sleep now. It was a fun stream. Thank you. Thank you for joining for a bit. For a bit. Hours. My God, man. Thank you for joining. I had a lot of fun. Enjoy sleep. I'll catch you later. Thank you for the suggestions, by the way. All the names were sick. They were sick. They're awesome. So the name of the world is Brink. It is the world that the tavern exists in. So we're trying to place where the tavern is, why the tavern is, how the tavern is, or, you know, when the tavern, all of them. All the things. And we've slowly but surely been narrowing it down. So the tavern exists in a region called the Duskwood Hollows, which is an area of forest that lives below the surface of the land, in like sinkholes. And then specifically in the Duskwood Hollows, it's in a place called Tall Tale Respite, respite, Tall Tale Respite, which is this region here. This is Tall Tale Respite here. Slowly but surely, we are laying the groundwork. With the intention of fully fleshing it out. It doesn't need to be to where every detail is known. If anything, I insist that quite a few details be hidden. For example, why and how the planet expanded and then retained its current shape. I like to leave as a little bit of a mystery. Double sixes. If you get one more, it's the spooky number. Yeah, that doesn't come for you. That's okay. What are the chances of rolling 3 sixes? What are the chances? What are the chances? Yeah, you're cooked. Oh, dearie dear. If you have to rest, please go and rest. I always appreciate your company, but if you're tired, prioritize that first and foremost. Think you have a cool idea? Finish the piece. You'll send it through the Tavern fan art section? Yeah, please do. This is the aftermath of 420s on. Yeah, it's always going to be the case. Probability giveth, it also taketh away. I really like the idea of where this continent has split. You have animals that exist on both continents that are exactly the same, but have distinct differences. I contradict myself, obviously, because like exact same, it means that there can't be differences. But example might be a deer with antlers, right? And on one continent, the antlers emit fire. And on the opposite continent, on the other side, it instead emits like frost that coats the antlers and kind of like perpetually snows above the deer. I like the idea of there being this dichotomy of they're technically like the same landmass, but because they were broken apart by magic, I like the idea of the species existing the same, but they behave and are slightly different. It will continue to haunt you. No. Celebrate the 420s. Is a very funny statement without context.
Celebrate the 420s.
Okay, Grandma. That's enough now. Sent through. Also involves a little idea for the world too in there. Ooh, let's have a look. Lord of Dance, here he is. At least your interpretation of him, though, thought was that he would live somewhere in the middle of the Tavern's world, but not too close to it on a little frozen island. Yeah, potentially. We'll have to sort out the specifics of that at a later time, I think. But come on, give me the corner. There we are. Ba-boom. Sweet. No, that's sick. I like how you made the background darker, so it pushes it back a little bit, and then he sits a bit further forward. That's awesome. That's awesome. I like it a lot. A ba-boom. Okay. The Nat 20 destroy whatever. Like you can't say that because you. I told you, for the next week you're not allowed to complain about luck. It's not possible. You can't. It's impossible. It is beyond your capabilities. Let's drop down a layer. Grab the shape tool. Grab that color. And place a core, I think. Oops. Is that centered? I mean, it looks pretty centered. And if it looks pretty centered, it's probably fine. It's not centered at all, frick. No one's taken the art quest? No, not yet. It is available. How does that work? It should be available as a redeem, I've heard. It is available to any who wants it. You don't have to take it. You do not feel obligated to take it. You're redeeming the 5-minute scribble? Fair. Fair. Fair enough. 5-minute scribble. Hello? Hi, Anton. How you going? Oh, I'm so sorry, Squid. 2 seconds. We'll address the raid that's just come in. Hi, welcome. What were you up to? You were up to playing Splatoon 3. Heck yeah. Hi, Snowman. Hi, welcome. Doing well. Glad to hear it. How'd the games go? Did you win? Hi. Working on a little bit of world building today. We've had the Tavern for the longest time, for a few years now. And we've finally decided to actually place our thumb in the world. Be like, we are here. This is where we exist. So we've been coming up with concepts. Won a bunch. Nice. Usual Splatooning. Games went very well, actually. Sick. That's awesome. No, that's super cool. Congratulations. I feel as though confetti is in order for that. That's awesome. So far, we've named the world Brink that it exists in. Specifically, the forest that the tavern exists in is called the Duskwood Hollows, and this little enclave that it sits in within the forest is called the Tall Tale Respite. World building is awesome. That's fresh. Thank you. Love that I'm putting this together. It's been fun. I've had a ton of fun. It's also exhausting. My brain is melting actively. I can feel it pulling in my ears. It's tough. But yeah, so the theory so far is that the world started small, but then all of a sudden, for some reason, the core expanded, which cracked open the crust, and it's created these big floating plates around a magic core. That's kind of the visual that we're going with for the world. And then we've been developing little teeny tiny ideas around that now setting that exists. But yeah, colors in that are super nice. Thank you. For some reason, well, nobody knows. Nobody survived. Nobody survived the world cracking into bits. Scribble you a Mega Charizard X. Excellent. In a second. In a quick second. We've got a quest to fulfill from Squid. Squid has redeemed the art quest. As you can see, the parchment is now missing from the beam. Don't explain everything. You need to leave absolutely. You need to leave a little bit of mystery, at least a little bit. All right, Squid, you've taken the quest parchment. Let's see what it is. The Pit King is wanting a serious portrait of themselves. Warm colours only. Red, orange, yellow, etc. How does that sound? Does that sound doable? The Pit King? Yeah. This guy is requesting a serious portrait of himself. Yeah. How does that sound? Is that doable? And if so, about how much time do you reckon you'll take for it? As long as he doesn't smite you down, you could do it. I mean, I feel like he's going to be pretty magnanimous about it. He's making a request. You don't know anything when it comes to drawing? These are for everyone. If you want to give it a go, you don't need to be good. You just want to, as long as you want to try it, it's completely fine. And 11. 11's not bad. 11's not bad, Biz. Tried to get a good pic of him. Didn't make it into the pit this time. It's tough. Time frame? What's the limit on time? Whatever you'd like. So if you want a month to do it, you can have a month. It's just to set a time for yourself so that you don't let it get out of hand, go overboard. Because you got to mold this around homework. Yeah, so you can set yourself however much time that you'd like. Just stick to the limit that you set for yourself. That way that it doesn't take over, Your artistic skills are very questionable. Emphasis on questionable. It's fine. See, with a 19, they can hardly be questionable. Do a quest for the Pit King. Should have perma advantage on pit checks. I reckon that if you land in the pit, the Pit King treats you well. If you've done a contract for him, give you till this time next week. You'd say that should work. Okay, about a week. Easy done. The terms have been set. The contract has been signed. And it's been tucked away. Squid, if you need to check the details, the specifics for the contract, they're up on the Discord, freely available. So if you need to double check, what kind of portrait, what was the challenge for it again, all the details will be there. The Pit King is only king of the pit. He's got no subjects. He can't get rid of you. Yeah, good point. No, that's a good point. King of what? King of lies. Very aggressive. It's an incredibly aggressive accusation. My goodness. Frick you, Pit King. Oh, the other day I actually heard some screams coming from the pit. Zombie actually went to Anton went to go check on the Pit King. I haven't heard from Anton since. Not since the screaming, of course. Dearie dear. What kind of core do we want to go with here? We can do this kind of business and then grow up from there. Maybe he was raging at one of your video games. Ah, frick. I thought that I'd managed to grab the ads on time. Damn it. There was 2 seconds to go. I clicked the button and it seems to have not registered. Sorry, everyone. Okay. Like a little sun of magic energy, do we reckon? Once we're through ads, we'll do Pretender's 5-minute sketch. You're de-streaming now? Be looking for Sean. Thanks, Anton. Thank you. Time to make some lunch. Go in peace. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for trusting your peeps with me. I appreciate it. Enjoy. 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we should be back. Welcome back. Okay, now that we've got a 5-minute sketch. Charizard X, right? Mega Charizard X? That's doable. I've seen a Mega Charizard X before. Pretender, do you want this Mega Charizard X off the top of my dome from memory? Or would you like me to look up a reference image of it? Either works. I could do either. When you're ready. No stress. And then I reckon we'll have arcs of energy from the core as well, but that can wait. That can wait. We will start with the general aesthetic of the core. And then we can have all sorts of arcing energy emanating from the core directly out into the structure of the planet. Planet Eyeball? Yeah, kinda. More like Planet Soul, actually, if I had to equate it to something. More like Planet Soul. Yeah. No, it was a little bit smart alecky on my part. But what can you do? Pretend waiting for your input for the 5-minute sketch. Is the planet itself a living being? I don't think so. I don't think so. It could be a case of, like, there's a degree of sentience, given that it's got magic in its core. But I don't think necessarily, like, it is alive in the human sense, you know? Once Pretender gets back, we'll start on the 5-minute sketch. If he's had to step away for the rest of stream, we can do it the next time that he's available. Let's do it that way. Monks that receive wisdom from the planet's core. Ooh, it could be that. It could be that there are like, yeah, monks, as you say, that get like vibes, that get like magical vibes. Like it's not that the planet has sentience. It's more that it can experience primal things, like if it's in danger, like getting a strange fear response from the planet right now. How are we doing on time? About 45 minutes? Okay, all right. Let's see what kind of damage we can do in about 45 minutes. That's at least 2 5-minute sketches. If I play my cards right. Okay, time to soften the edge of the core a little bit. Something like that. Please be patient with me, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'm not reciprocating with ideas very well at the moment. My brain is cactus. It's been too long. It's been far too long since I've world built. So my brain is in overload at the moment. It's fun, don't get me wrong, but also, everybody's been absolutely wonderful though with all of their suggestions so far. I've been really appreciating all of the input. It's been really cool. Innovate that edge just a little bit so that we don't have a solid line for where the boundary of the core is. it to look? I almost want there to be like a wave of energy over it. It's a little bit too veiny at the moment. Turning out so far, there are so many things you want to do in this world already. Excellent, excellent. That was the hope. That was the hope, is that it gives us all a little bit of a playground to play around with. Because as cool as the tavern has been until now, don't get me wrong, it's pretty cool. But we've been limited to mostly the pit when it comes to world building stuff. And it felt like we were kind of wanting a little bit more sandbox. And my instinct was right. And by instinct, I mean I asked people, hey, what would you guys like to see in further streams? And world building was top of that suggestion list. So no, I don't want to phrase it as if I solely came up with the idea. There we go. That feels a little bit more like bubbly than what I had previously. Before it was a little bit more like a core with veins on it. I mean, it still kind of has that feel, but not as much. These feel a little bit more solar flare, which is what I wanted. I could even do a little bit of this actually. I have little shapes in it as well. You're back, but not for long. Happy to have you for as long as you like. Gonna head to bed soon. That's more than fair. More than fair. Billy, we have a core. We have a core and part of a continent. Part of a plate. Oops. Carve that down a little bit. What do we need? We need darker. Can you give a few minor arcane visual spoilers? No, I haven't seen yet. Won't have full context for unless it's similar game lore. Yeah, by all means. If it's minor spoilers and it doesn't actually have anything to do with like twists and stuff, then it's probably fine. It's kind of big. Oh no. But Billy really wants to share it. So he's like, oh, it's probably pretty small though, don't worry about it. Oh no. Help, I'm being lied to. Let's have a look. Ooh. So you're saying similar vibe to the core? Already tapping into that? I was going to say, it seems pretty similar. I kind of went more the direction of the power of the sun inside of my hand. A little sun in the middle of the planet, but like magic. Okay, we need a little bit more red. It's probably not going to feel right until I have clouds down. The next question is, do the clouds... they do. They'd have to. The clouds would have to be over the expanses as well. They would have to be. Well, that's gonna be interesting visually. Possible that can be pinched over the arcs. When you say arcs, what are you referring to? Because in my head, it was the arcs that were being used as vessels to travel between them. But it doesn't sound like you're applying them in that way. It doesn't necessarily have to be how they are. I'm just wondering what you mean. Magic bridgeways between continents? No. So when I say vessels, I mean like a transportation vessel style of type of deal. Yeah. It's very funny. I can hear Billy's disappointment through the message. It's beautiful. You fully were envisioning arcs as the magic ley lines? As in like there's a web of like magic routes that go throughout there, and then you like follow one of them to go from one place to the other? No, I didn't have that in my head at all. Okay. Well, I'll add that to the list of things to hash out for the next one. Sail across them, even land to land. Into the thing. Arcs. What are they? What do they do? Boom. That's where the lighthouse idea you were tying with it. Right. Okay, so they're like the different ends of it. Yeah, I see what you mean. Looks so good. Gosh darn good. Love this whole stream. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you're having fun. Glad you're having fun. Only being able to sail across set paths feels a bit restrictive. That is my thought. That is my thought. Because then I suppose it depends on how big, like how thick the arc is. Because it could be almost like a sailing channel, right? Where maybe this one arc that you take is like a full-on stretch of water, quote unquote. So you'd be able to sail around in that ley line. It's just there's a limit. There's like an edge to it. We had the idea of going overboard and the arc having density still instead of a consistency like water. Right, okay, so the arc is in reference to these buoyant stretches. Okay. Kind of halfway between falling into space and falling into the ocean. Right, so you'd still be sinking towards the core. You'd have to swim. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I can have that logged away in my brain, and then the next time that we start trying to tackle ideas, we can hash out exactly how it works. I need to make it feel like the cloud movements are wrapping around a little bit more, because at the moment it's almost like you've got the globe, but then all of the cloud movement is happening in like one bit, which is not what I want at all. I want it to feel like it's moving around quite a bit. Not necessarily married to these clouds either. It's just a proof of concept. Do I like the clouds moving over the gaps? And I think I do. Just I need to do the clouds better. Yeah, this, but better and not bad. Are they on a layer? Yeah, they are. They are. A little transparent? Yeah, could do. Something like that. I'm good at clouds. I'm just in early phases. Yeah. It's just a phase. It's not a phase. It's not a phase, Dad. That's what the kids say. More than anything right now, literally more than anything else, you know what I really want to do? I want to create like a humming edge to the plate where it meets the surface of the influence of the core. And then what we can do is here we can go really bright with it and even have like a shing. Okay, maybe not maybe not that, but you get what I mean. Like a little bit of visual glare. A little bit of visual glare. Over where the core of the core is. Similar to how Dust has extended day hours, the edges are in long portions of dusk. Oh, I do like that. I do like that a lot. Extrapolate out even further and you can have it where the residents of areas that are close to an edge are kind of referred to as like, not duskites, but I'm thinking stuff like, you've traveled from the edge, okay, selling your wares. You're a dusk merchant, you know? Ooh, dusk walkers is fun. I do like that. Dusk walkers. Dusk walkers. People who live on the edge. They are pretty radical too. Bodacious. Tubular. Living on the edge. I'm on the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge. I'm on the edge of brink. And I'm hanging on this moment with you. Just how non-stop this could go for you. Oh, for sure. But that's the fun bit, is that we all get to hitch a ride. You could do this for hours and hours and hours. Well, not until next week. Not until next week. Well, if we've got that edge glow thing going on, what we can do even further is inner glow. Gonna go get ready for bed. Rest up, bud. Rest up. Sleep on. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had fun. Okay. All right. Then we have this inner glow effect. Ooh. Oh, yes. Okay. This is what I'm talking about right here. This inner glow effect will help to differentiate the feeling of this planet from Earth in its entirety. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. Just like bottom of the world in Minecraft is bedrock/obsidian. The rock on the inner layers is heckin' tough. Yeah, I do like that. I do like that a lot. I like that a lot. So should it be pretty dark? Oh, for sure. But this is like this is an intense light source that we've got going on in the middle. So like, yes, the rock is dark. It's just you've got a really bright light splayed on that dark rock, I think is how that would work out. And then what we can do is the closer light from the core might be bright, but not enough to cause daylight on the inside. When you get closer, that's when it'd such to be staring at. Oh, for sure. It's not that it's daylight. It's more, even if you have a dim light on the inside of this thing, it's still the planet's core is still like quadruple the size of the moon or something. Think of how much light the moon gives off, you know? Moon doesn't give off any light. That's what they want you to think. Funny. It does. It does reflect it, correct. It does not emit any directly. The moon is a luminescent chunk of cheese, confirmed. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. When I look at the moon, it's real bright. Therefore, it's a source of light. And I'll fight you on that. Hello? Hi. Hi, heck yeah. Hi. How you going? Boom, headshot. You are up to art. I see. Oh no, you just you just came back. Heck. Hi Joe, how you going? Welcome. Usual art tax, by the way. Heck, if you've got anything that you'd like to share from your stream. Speaking of, what were you up to? This is your third stream? Hot damn. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you too. Working on world building stuff today, by the way. This is new. This is a new thing for stream. We've had the Tavern for a little while now, a few years. But we've never really expanded on like where we are, what we're doing, who created us, you know? The big questions. So we're going through and explaining it now. Where are we? Obviously, we're in the planet called Brink. Yeah? What are we doing? We're sitting in a tavern, drinking timer juice mostly, a lot of people. My goodness. Where's the tavern? It's in the Duskwood Hollows. We're getting there. We're building out the concept slowly but surely. Is your Insta okay? Not too keen on what you were working on earlier? Yeah, please, by all means. Insta is more than fine. And then feel free to post it directly in the chat or to the Discord. Either works. Thank you, thank you. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, spooky business. Heck yeah. Love a bit of spooky business. If my mouse will allow me to. There we go. We'll start with this. And then we'll have a look. Love a good Krampus. With the owl reference, courtesy of... Of course this is an owl. Of course it is. I never doubted it even for a second. That's amazing. Everybody has a problem with like turkeys with teeth, I think was the meme that was going around for a long time there. Nobody bats an eye when it comes to owls with teeth. So good. So good. Boop. Ooh. Ooh. Doomalotl. Physical, Doomalotl dingorsum. Physical attributes defined by killer eyebrows, pretty blue eyeballs, and luxurious brown wavy gills. Doomalotl has a very sweet disposition, though can exhibit periods of sarcasm and dingorsism. Incroyable. Incroyable. That's so good. That's so good. I'm playing in a D&D campaign with a player who's playing as an axolotl monk at the moment. So incredible. I'm there already. I can already see it. So good. Fan of abstract artwork. Always am. Sick. If this seems appealing, and I cannot see why it would not be, please, follow Heck, both on Twitch and on Instagram. Please. You're in for a good time, I promise. But yeah, hope stream went well. Sorry if I seem cooked at all. We're almost 4 hours into world building and my brain is mush. It's slush. It's sloshing around. If I move my head too quickly, you can actually hear it. It was very short but exhausting. Yeah, no, streams can be full on. Full on. Good job for getting through it. And thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. If you have to look after yourself post-stream, by the way, please prioritize. Food, drink, rest, whatever you need. Yeah, do what you gotta do. It's what we like to see, a bit of encouragement. Leave a like. Thank you very much. Thank you. To everybody who's joining for the first time, hi, I'm Harley. Nice to meet you. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so portraits, landscapes, scenes, character work, all that jazz. I do the lot. I'm usually illustrating something on stream. But today in particular, I'm illustrating a world that is being created by both myself and my chat. And it's going pretty well so far. I'm pretty chuffed with what we've built up. It's going pretty well. I had a checklist of 3 items that I wanted to get done by the end of stream today. We've smashed them all basically immediately, and it's left me a wee bit shell-shocked. Like, oh my god, I didn't expect that at all. So the next time I do a World Building Wednesday, or whatever we're going to end up calling it, I'll need to bring a little bit more to the table for prompts. Welcome back, Pretender. Are you ready for your 5-minute scribble? Forgot about the 5. No, it's all good. It's all good. There was a raid going on when you redeemed it, so it got a little bit chaotic. Yeah, you ready? Okay. The question I had for you was, would you like me to do your Mega Charizard X off the top of my dome, just like what I can remember, or would you like that I look it up? What would you prefer? Oh, crunchy neck. alludes to terrible posture. I can look it up? Okay. Mega Charizard X. C'est très bien. Oh, ouh là là, j'adore. Okay, we have a Mega Charizard X. It's real. It's real. The Charizard X. The Charizard X is real. Okay. 5 minutes on the clock. Filled with timer juice. Are we ready? Three, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, we've got the little corner mouth fire spewing. Probably a little bit thick. That's a wee bit better. Okay. Oh. We've got clenched claws in the foreground. Knees down the bottom. Little foot claws, footsie claws. There we go. I want to try and get the body down as quickly as possible. That way I've got all the time in the world to actually add some of the cool stuff. Let's go. Then the wings out to the side. Okay, and then the tail off this side a bit. Okay, we're almost at halfway. Frick. Okay, time for that undercoat, shall we? That dark charcoal grey on the claws as well. The wings are like a midnight blue. Head is the charcoal as well. And we've got a fun electric blue going through it all. That's going to be sick to work with. Ba-ba-bum. Yeah, there we go. Close enough. We don't have time. Don't have time to adjust. Just go, 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 go. Electric blue. Electric blue glue. Frick. Shouldn't look at the time. Don't look at the time. I've got infinite time. I don't have infinite. I so don't have infinite time. Frick, 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 frick. Got like a dark midnight blue for the wings. There we go. definitely not infinite. I think roughly around about exactly 5 minutes was what I had. Then we can go dark with the eyes. Dark with the eyes, and then we have that brilliant red shining through. Okay, and then we need to go through and do some detail work. Whoop. Okay, I think that's the best that we can get for detail, and then we've got to go through with highlights. Zing, zing. And then we're about to run out of time. Yeah, there it is. That's what we got. That's what we got in 5 minutes. There's your Charizard X. I hope you are pleased with it. There we are. Shiny. I know. Grab a snapshot of that. Into the Discord it goes. Bink. And we're good to go. You love it? Ah, thank you. Thank you. Right, the timer. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that my 5-minute sketch, I actually managed to get everything in. We got there. But yeah, I know that you don't use Discord, so let me know if there's another way that I can get the sketch to you that works. Shoot me through a message on Twitch with whatever method that you'd like me to send it through. Or if you want me to just have it up on my screen and you can take a quick snapshot, like a screenshot, that works too. Already screenshotted it? Ah, perfect. Okay. That works. Yeah. That darker glow definitely works. Okay, then I can quickly... How much time we got? 4 minutes. Frick. We can do some damage in 4 minutes. We can vandalize this piece in 4 minutes. I've done terrible things in 4 minutes. Ruined so many freaking paintings in that time. You're awake again. Welcome. Sleep well. Because that would have accounted for the couple of hours that you were woken up for. I'm looking forward to the day that I go for a massage and I'll have the massage therapist yelling at me that I'm holding too much tension in my neck. And I'll tell them, yeah, I know. I do it on purpose because I love it. It's fun. Maybe an hour less, but still good. Good to hear. I didn't ask. I forgot to ask. Did you want an art quest, by the way, Noctua? You don't have to. But if you'd like, I'm sure I can find one of them hanging around here somewhere. Can make something happen, I reckon. Monitors may be too high or too low. Yeah, potentially. But, yeah, maybe a little bit too low. Potentially, yeah. Think you're going to wait? Fair. Ooh, 24 times. Fire. You're on fire. I can't help myself. Can't help myself at all. I'm pleased to say that of my checklist of 3 items, we've completed 5. I don't think that makes sense, but it's the world that we live in, so probably good news. We started stream with 3. It has now expanded to 5, and we've nailed them. So it's a win in my book. In the stream, it's past my bedtime. It actually is, yeah. No, it's definitely like it's almost 11 o'clock. We've just hit the 4-hour mark. Frick. Near the end, figured to pop in for the last bit. It's lovely to see you. I appreciate, even if you can only, stick your head in for like a second, like hi, I still, it warms my heart regardless. Last roll. Oh, average roll. We'll take an average roll. We'll take it. The amount of times where somebody said something along the lines of final roll and then they get a 1. Always glad to support when you can. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Down into the pit. Okay, we have hit the 4-hour mark, so let's start the wrapping up process. What do we have? What's the fruit of our labor for today? The fruit of our labor today is we have a name. The name of the world that the tavern exists in, the name of this planet is Brink. The name of the planet is Brink. What does the planet look like? It looks something like this. It's not nearly finished enough, but we're getting somewhere with it. I'm going to put in clouds and stuff. It's going to look pretty snazzy by the end of it, my humble opinion. Google where find Frick Tavern. I think we decided on the northernmost continent. Obviously it would be like in a warmer section. It's not like an icy biome. But that allows some fun interactions, I feel, and then plays into like the tavern, keeping you warm, like colder climate type of deal. Made a circle. I did make a circle. I also made a circle. The name of the forest that the tavern is in, so like this forest as a whole, like the whole region, looks something like this with a bunch of sinkholes in it with the tavern subterranean. That forest, that subterranean forest, is called the Duskwood Hollows. And then this particular specimen, this area specifically, is called Tall Tale Respite. Frick! Wait, let me just... Maybe they were wrong. Maybe I misremembered. Respite. Define. Respite. Frick. Respite. Frick. Okay, respite. Fine. You win. Tall Tale Respite. Yeah, Google. the way I'm pronouncing it is also correct. Yeah, I know, but there's a degree of smugness that I can't have if the way that I'm pronouncing it doesn't line up with with the how to pronounce bit on Google. How we're hollow, in the ground mostly. But yeah, no, it's potato. Ghoulie coming in with the 7. Lucky number, heck yeah. How you going, Ghoulie? Sorry, starting to wrap up, but glad. I was literally just telling Fire, I'm really, really, really happy to just see you turn up. It's all good, all good. So we've got a name, we've got visuals on what the planet looks like. We've got visual, kind of. We've got a kind of visual on. I really like the idea of doing a full black background core sample illustration of where the tavern is. I think that's sick. I think that's a really cool idea. So I really like the idea of extrapolating on that further. I'm really happy with the idea. This page of names was ridiculous. We got some absolute gold. We eventually narrowed it down from Rift, Brink, Tempest, Stream to Brink, and I'm pretty happy with what we ended up with. Barely escaped the pit, yeah, I know, by an inch. By an inch. But yeah, overall... How dare you? In 4K, you shame me. That's so freaking rude. Will I be posting these plans to the Discord? Yeah, I probably should. Yeah. God, do I need to make another channel? No, I'll put it into the Tavern fan art. No, let's do that. I'll put it into the Tavern fan art. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. But yeah, all in all, that's me done. I'm cooked royally, completely, fully cooked. Stick me with a fork, I'm done. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Hope you had fun. It'll be a Sept Armory stream tomorrow, so finishing off the hammer that I started working on earlier in the week. This one, it's coming along nicely. It should be done by the end of stream tomorrow. And then the final Balan stream on Friday. Look forward to that. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you're at. Yeah, have a very good respite. Look after yourselves. And I'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you whenever. See you sometime soon. Bye, everybody. Bye.